Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. If you are new here, my name is Alex, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we usually run for 4 to 5 hours long, which is a lot of fun. Um, I am going to be reading Neverwhere tonight by Neil Gaiman. I am reading this because I have a book club that I am doing with Kat from Kat's Novel Adventures, and we are going to be doing the club for this on Thursday, the 29th of this month at 8 p.m. So if you're interested in reading this along with us, or if you've already read it and would like to participate in a discussion, you should absolutely join us for that. I am immensely excited to tell you that I will not be reading Death's End tonight because guess what? I finally finished it. I didn't finish it today. I finished it earlier on in the week, but it was on Tuesday. I distinctly remember I finished it on Tuesday because I went to trivia after that and I felt like my brain was melting. So that was a lot of fun. I was almost useless at trivia that night, and I got to blame Death's End for that. It's not really Death's End's fault, but I want to have an excuse of some kind. So, reading Neverwhere, which is going very well right now, and I've started tabbing up as well. And then because Blake Crouch, who is one of my favorite authors who wrote Recursion and Upgrade and Dark Matter, along with some other books, recommended this book, I am also reading Cold Storage by David Cope. I think it's pronounced Cope, or it might be Cope, but this is one of my other 24 books of 2024. So I am slowly but steadily making my way through my list of books that I said I was going to read this year. This one is not particularly long, but as you can imagine by the title and by the biohazard suit, there's some sort of fungus that ends up getting released, and I think some people have to try to figure out how to stop it in a biochemical attack. So I thought that this one would be a really good story to read along with Neverwhere, only because they are totally different. And I don't know, I don't like to read two books that are very similar at the same time. I want them to be distinct in their own right. And so, yeah, that's the one that I chose. I don't know if any of you have ever read this or can tell me anything about it, but if you have, let me know if you liked it. I'm going to go over. Oh, wait, no, I forgot to say my thing that I always say. I'm sorry. As always, this is a chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you. My drink of choice tonight is just water. I'm just hydrating because I had a root beer earlier today and I do not need any more sugar, even though like having a whiskey lemonade or a margarita or something sounds quite good. I'm not going to do that. I am going to drink my water. So hopefully you will too. But let me know if you are drinking or eating anything fun tonight. I had Mexican rice for dinner because I love rice, and the only thing that would have made it better is if it had been slathered in queso. Because to me, that's like the best way to eat rice. So now I get to go over and say hello to everybody. So Melinda is here. Hello, Melinda. I'm happy that you have made it. And Heidi, too. Hi, Heidi. And Heidi says, hello, everyone. Melinda says, I'm starting with As I Lay Dying. I'm doing Faulkner in August, and I need to read at least a bit of it today. Also, Faulkner is hard. I have never read Faulkner, but I completely believe you because, again, I'm not somebody who typically reads classics because I'm always afraid that I just won't get it. I'm very happy to say that my experience with reading The Picture of Dorian Gray with Alex, Jessica, and Nicole made me feel like I could read classics because I understood everything that was going on in that book. And I was like, hey, maybe I'm not, now, I don't want to say too dumb to read it and understand, but and just the language difference of the way things were written out was always very hard. And now I'm like, well, you know what? Now I feel like I could. Faulkner would not be at the top of my list to attempt to read. So good on you for doing that. I still haven't attempted Dickens either. I'm a little scared to try Dickens. And Heidi says, I will be finishing The Lord of a Shattered Land tonight, but torn what to start an audiobook, tempted to start another GGK. Well, very fun. I hope that you have a great time with the Lord of a Shattered Land. It's always fun to finish a book. And Zach says, hi. Oh, hi, Zach. He said, I'm reading The Last Tale of the Flower Bride by Roshani Chokshi Influence. Cool. I have never heard of that, but I hope that it is lovely. So it's a very pretty title. Kind of reminds me of Snowflower and the Secret Fan. And Magnolia is here. Hi, Magnolia. And she says, hello there. I am only here for the chat today. When the sprint begins, I will have to go again because I will go shopping tomorrow, partly book shopping. Can't wait. So here for a chat. Well, thanks for stopping in just to chat. I know that it's very, very late for you there. And yeah, anytime that you can spend is great time. And Melinda says, I'll be honest, As I Lay Dying is making me feel like a moron, but I'm determined to finish it. I respect that. I really do, Melinda. I would be terrified to try Les Mis, and you're reading the entirety of Les Mis in a year, your chapter a day thing, which I think is really cool. I do have, as one of my books, 24 Books of 2024, I haven't forgotten about it. I just have no idea where to fit it in if I'm going to, is The Count of Monte Cristo. I will read it. I just don't know if I'm actually going to be able to commit to it this year, or if it's going to be one of those that I have to push to the beginning of next year. We will see. Especially because I got so many amazing books when I was at Powell's, and I really badly want to read all the books that I have for my 24 books. And then I'm eyeing some of those. I actually have them over there because I'm going to be filming my video tomorrow for, at least I'm going to be trying to. It's supposed to rain, joy. But I'm going to be trying to film my video of all of the books that I got there and be able to, if I'm lucky, get that out for you all on Sunday. We shall see. But there's so many good things to read and all these other books that I own. And Heidi says, I got a fantastic recommend to read a new historical fiction called Glorious Exploits about Athenian prisoners putting on a play, I'm assuming. That sounds really interesting. If you end up liking that, Heidi, please let me know because I love historical fiction. And Zach says, my two favorite fungus books are Salvaged by Madeline Rue and The Broughty by Aaliyah Whitley. Okay, those sound interesting. I do like a good book about some sort of strange infection that is spreading. You would think that after COVID it would hit too close to home, but I really enjoyed books like Station 11 and The Stand, so I guess it doesn't bother me. And Magnolia says, I'm reading for the first time two fiction books, though, which are A Gathering of Shadows by V.E. Schwab and Demons by... Fyodor Dostoevsky? I know the last one is Dostoevsky, because I know that name, but I cannot pronounce his first name. He said a Russian classic. I did not know that Demons was a Russian classic, but I know of the author. So that's really cool. And Heidi says, I am always here for the chat. Yes, thank you, Heidi. And Magnolia says, hello, Heidi. And Melinda says, The Count of Monte Cristo is actually pretty easy to understand. It is incredibly fun, despite the weird hashish-fueled chapter in the middle. Oh boy, I don't know what I have to expect for that. Melinda says, oh my god, I loved Glorious Exploits, one of my favorite books of the year. Dang, really? Okay, well, that's really cool. Okay, I'm going to just put it in my phone. I'm going to put the fungus books in my phone, too. I'll go back in the comments and do that. Oh, that is a very fun cover with the googly eyes. That is hilarious. I have to put them in my list so that I can find them. I really want to make a commitment for the rest of the year that if I am allowed to buy books, which obviously I am now, I do not want to buy them from Amazon. It's not that I buy all my books from Amazon, because I don't. I buy quite a lot over the course of my buying from actual bookstores, but I want to make sure I buy stuff independently now. So, but it still works very effectively as a wish list. which is the thing that I appreciate. And oh yeah, I wanted to go back really quick for Magnolia because you said Gathering of Shadows by V.E. Schwab. I'm really excited that you're reading another V.E. Schwab because I just got another V.E. Schwab book that I had. Finally, I could spend my gift cards for Barnes and Noble because even during my year of no buy, I wouldn't let myself use any of my gift cards either. And one of the books that I got was The Near Witch by V.E. Schwab. I wanted to get another standalone by her. I wanted, or them. I can't remember. Is V.E. Schwab feminine pronoun or non-binary pronouns? I can't remember, unfortunately, right this second. I'm usually much better about that. But I wanted another one, another standalone. So that's exciting to me. Hopefully that's going to be great. And Zach says, reading classics is like strengthening a muscle. It can be hard, but rewarding. Yeah, Melinda, it sounds like it's definitely hard right now. Hopefully it will be rewarding. And Magnolia says, big poll on here and we will choose for you. But I know the feeling. I have a lot of books on my TBR and at moments I want to start them all at the same time. Yeah, that's very fair. I was having a bit of a crisis of what other book I should read with Neverwhere because originally I was actually going to start another book I was super excited to read, which is, of course, The Spirit Bears Its Teeth. The reason I decided not to choose this one is because Neverwhere being a fantasy book, this is a horror novel, but it has a lot of like fantasy elements in it because it deals with ghosts. And I felt like they were too similar and I didn't want to read both of them at the same time. So I'm hoping I'll be able to get to this sometime in the near future because this has been one of my most anticipated books of 2024. All right, pull everything out and then I got to like fix it again because it would bug me. And then Angel says, hello, reading Neverwhere tonight. Yay, Angel, me too. That's great. How far are you? And my copy, I am on page 95. So very exciting. 95 of 435. So I still pretty early on. Heidi says, I love the Count of Monte Cristo, but I love the Black Tongue Thief. Sorry about my typing tonight. Oh, you're fine. It's all good. I can figure it out. And Melinda said, Fyodor Dostoevsky. Okay, thank you very much. And Zach says, oops, The Beauty by Aaliyah Whitley. Okay, what did I say? What did you put? I probably said The Brawdy. Yes, The Beauty. Okay, got you. And Magnolia says, I can't wait to see the haul video, though. Yeah, hopefully it's going to be fun. And Heidi says, hello, Magnolia. And Melinda says, I don't buy any books from Amazon unless absolutely necessary, such as an Amazon exclusive or I need it right away. Yeah, that's fair. Because at least with most bookstores, if they don't have something, they would be willing to order it for you. And that's kind of exciting in itself. It just stinks with how fast Prime shipping is. I was so mad today because Prime, I'm sure they probably sent me an email and I just missed it, but they redid my Prime subscription, and it's not that I wasn't going to do it. It's just when it shows up as that charge all of a sudden on my credit card for the year, and I'm like, oh crap, that was due already. I hate how much Prime costs, but they do. I hate Amazon, but they also have a lot of benefits, and it sucks. I have a couple friends that have decided that they got rid of their Prime subscriptions. They don't buy anything on Amazon anymore, and they wanted to see how they did doing that for a while. I might end up having to try that. And Zach says, check out The Hashish Eater by Clark Ashton Smith for a wild ride. Just a dope-filled experience. Heidi says, Melinda, I am getting Glorious Exploits on audio as soon as my credit is available on Audible. So you are the third person today that has told me they loved it. That's cool. And Magnolia says, oh, cool. She has a great book, V.E. Schwab, I believe. Both is okay, but I'm not sure actually. Oh, talking about her pronouns. It might be she, they. She might go by she, they. That probably is why I'm thinking of both of them at the same time. But forgive me that I have forgotten. The book I am reading is second in the series Shades of Magic. Ah, yes, I know of that. The first book was a 5 star for me. So my goal with getting the Near Witch and reading that was because of course, I really loved The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. I haven't read any of her series because I've been trying to get through the series that I already have started right now, which is why I also need to go to the library and get Fault and Tolerance to finish out the Chilling Effect trilogy that I had accidentally started when I, got Chilling Effect and didn't realize it was part of a series. I need to finish that. And then I was like, well, that'll be a good in between because if I end up really liking another standalone novel, I can go and I'll buy a series from her, at least the first book in one of her trilogies. And, that'll be fun. So wanted to give it a shot. And you said that book you bought looks so cool as well. Yeah, I liked it because it's a story about a young girl who ends up meeting a boy who I think he has the ability to turn into smoke, if I remember correctly. And other kids in this school. Here, I'll just read this to you. Sorry. The Near Witch is only an old story told to frighten children. If the wind calls at night, you must not listen. The wind is lonely and always looking for company. There are no strangers in the town of Near. These are the truths that Lexi had heard all her life, but when an actual stranger, a boy who seems to fade like smoke, appears outside her home on the moor at night, she knows that at least one of these sayings is no longer true. The next night, the children of Near start disappearing from their beds, and the mysterious boy falls under suspicion. As the hunt for the children intensifies, so does Lexi's need to know about the witch that just might be more than a bedtime story and about the history of this nameless boy. I love a good witch story. I have, a fascination with them. And I thought that sounded like a lot of fun since it's also about kids and magic, which is one of my favorite tropes, like kids in horror, kids with magic. Really cool. And Storm says, hi, Storm. Storm says, hi, everyone, getting ready to fix supper. And while doing that, we'll probably listen to Black Mask magazine. It has short crime stories from the crime noir era, so Pulp Fiction for Garb August. Awesome. That sounds like a lot of fun. And Melinda says, at least that is how I've always pronounced Fyodor. I could be way off. I trust you way better than my pronunciation. Hi, Teresa. Teresa has made it and says, hello, I am starting with my audio of the Mysterious Benedict Society. Fantastic. Heidi says, yes, I'm excited to see your haul video too. I'm glad. And Emily says, hello, all. Reading Poet X by Elizabeth Acevedo will be my first immersion read, reading and listening simultaneously. Cool. And Magnolia says that title sounds good, Teresa. Yes. Melinda says, I'm the same, love-hate with Amazon. I don't enjoy shopping in stores, so it's hard to avoid Amazon. That is very fair. You said, Heidi, my friend listened to the audiobook and really enjoyed it. I read it, but it has a lot of banter, which I think would make a great audiobook. There you go. Zach says, The Last Tale of the Flower Bride is on sale on Kindle for $1.99 right now. Cool. I love it. A good sale. Again, Kindle. That'd be another reason that I would still have to shop on Amazon is if I ever wanted an ebook and I couldn't get it right away from Libby, from the library. I have a Kindle and would have to buy it from Amazon. So. And Emily says, I stopped Amazon usage at the beginning of the year and have greatly improved on focusing on ethical and sustainable shopping as well as shopping locally. I love that, Emily. That's awesome that you have been doing that. And it definitely gives me a lot to consider. I think that hopefully over time, more people are going to start moving away from Amazon. Eventually, as crazy as it sounds, something else will one day come that competes with it. And I hope that day comes sooner rather than later because Jeff Bezos is buying up a bunch of companies and then just closing them down and forcing prices up on products. And I hate it. So. And Magnolia says, I hope to find Gallant someday as well. I believe that is a standalone, I think. Okay, cool. So I hope I can find some books for my wish list tomorrow in the bookshop. I hope you can too. That would be a ton of fun. That sounds amazing. Also, do let me know how long you would like the first sprint to be. I can do 45 or 30 minutes for our first one. And Zach says, I checked V.E. Schwab's pronouns are she, they. I remembered! Yay! Okay. Well, I kind of remembered. I remembered the two that I associated with her, but thought I was like, which one is it? So it's both. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Zach. And Melinda said 45. Well, that's fantastic because it's already what I have up. And Magnolia says, so then it can be both. Am I correct, Zach? It can be she or they. That is correct. I have a friend that goes by she, they pronouns, and she does not mind either one. Angel says, I'm on page 120 of 435 of Neverwhere. Yay! That's awesome. So it sounds like you are ahead of me. So great job. I'm going to catch up though. I'm going to get there. And Heidi says, Angel, are you liking it? Yes. Do let me know how you are enjoying it so far. I do enjoy it. Heidi, I believe you were the one who said that you thought that it was an oddly sexual book, if I remember, or you said you thought it was like perverted in some way. When I first started, I was wanting to be on the lookout for that, and I've come across some of the references that you've talked about, and I think I understand where you are coming from. Definitely can see why this is an adult novel and not for teens and for children. Definitely not, definitely not for children. Nothing explicit has been in here yet, though. Just more like allusions to things. So not like a spicy novel or anything like that. Just a lot of like sex jokes I've noticed. But yeah, I'm enjoying the illustrations a lot. I've actually started tabbing some of my favorite illustrations, which I hope to somehow be able to showcase on the actual live show, because I do have my webcam that can pick up stuff pretty well. But I really love some of these. Like, they're just incredibly detailed, and you already know that I really love this illustrator, so that is a lot of fun. But I will go ahead and get you all your question for this sprint, which is going to be, if you started a book club, what kinds of books would you read? Genres and authors. And I will go ahead and get this pulled up, and I'll get our first sprint started. And Angel, do let me know how you are enjoying Neverwhere so far. Enjoy your reading, everybody, and I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it through another chapter. So let me mark my place. Another chapter of Neverwhere, and then something actually quite sad happened at the end of chapter 4, and I decided I was going to take a break and start Cold Storage. Which is already off to a pretty interesting start because we're talking about military espionage and a duo that has been sent out in 1987 to basically stop different nuclear and bioweapons and all sorts of like different things that could destroy the world, right? They're sent out to stop those programs from happening and to like kill the programs. And they've been sent on this mission. And I think it has to do with a new type of super dangerous bioweapon or biochemical weapon, which sounds really cool. So let me know how you are enjoying your stories so far. And before we left, I asked you all the question, if you started a book club, what kinds of books would you read, genres, and authors? Let's see. And Magnolia had to go during our show, so I was saying goodbye to her. So hopefully she has fun shopping for books tomorrow. Heidi says there was just one reference with the rat girl. Yes, an illusion. Lions of Al Rasan has a few erotic love scenes that were super tasteful. Okay, well that's good. Yeah, I know exactly what you were. You say that, and when I got to that part, I also was uncomfortable. That one scene, I know exactly what you're talking about. And Teresa says a variety of books. Nice. And Angel says, yes, Heidi and Alex, I'm liking it. Interested to find out what happens to Richard. Yes, me too. I have started tabbing it up as well. And my tabs right now are these, and they're as follows. Illustrations I love, Richard and the World, The Plot to Kill, Croup and Vandemar Powers, and The Dispossessed. So very fun. Very, very fun. And Jamie is here. Jamie says, I'd want a literary fiction book club, and we'd do one shorter book every month plus one long book every 2 months. That's nice. With a bonus extra reading list for each book for fast readers. That's really cool. I like that idea. That's wonderful. Heidi says, it was in the young adult nature of Neverwhere where I was taken aback that the author had to throw in an allusion to sexual assault. That was really unexpected. Maybe not a YA book. It is not a YA book. This is an adult novel. This is not for young readers. So, yeah. Heidi said, I would have a historical fantasy book club, 90% of what I read, but no Gaiman. Yeah. I know that you're not a fan of him. And Robert said, would you rather part your hair with a hammer or comb your hair with a chainsaw? Probably part my hair with a hammer. That would be pretty easy, especially for me, because I'd be able to take the backside of the hammer where the prongs are and just kind of go down the middle. Combing my hair with a chainsaw with all those teeth, that does not sound fun at all, and also it'd be very cumbersome because it'd have to be two-handed. And Robert says, book club, psychological thrillers. Cool. That's fun. I like that a lot. And Heidi says, hello, Robert. Robert says, Heidi, how are you? Neil Gaiman on the TBR, right? No. I said, Robert, I discovered GGK now. I want to read everything he wrote. Also finishing Lord of a Shattered Land tonight. As a modern sword and sorcery meets the Odyssey. I bet you would like it. And Jessica's here. Hi, Jessica. Jessica says, hi, friends. Just waking up. Maybe be taking a reading break today as I completed the 500 plus page book in a day. Prompts for the hardest reading challenge you'll ever do. And that was hard. Yeah, that sounds really hard. And you said book club. Actually, we low-key talked about this in my sprints on Tuesday. Nice. We kind of started a book club coven because a few of us are really witchy. Books would obviously be witchy based. That's fun. Jessica, you missed it earlier. Have you read The Near Witch by V.E. Schwab? This is a book that I just got and I'm very interested in. I also really enjoy books about witches. especially during the fall. It's like extra fun then. And Robert says, Heidi, who? I wrote this in a special code so only you can read it. I picked up A Fate Inked in Blood by Daniel Jensen. Romantasy. Robert, I didn't expect you to read a romantasy, but you go for it. Heidi said, Robert, is this your first romantasy? GGK is Guy Gabriel K, and I am in love with his writing. Robert says, I added Shattered Land to my WTR list. Very nice. Is that waiting to read, Robert, or wanting? Oh, wanting to read, probably. Robert says, oh, okay. Everybody loves his books. Yes, first romantasy. I'll be eating avocado toast soon. That sounds delicious. I love avocado toast. Keaton and I are going to be doing a breakfast for dinner one night this week, and I'm looking forward to it because I'm probably going to make French toast, eggs, and bacon. And Heidi says, Robert, what is WTR? Got to be something funny when toads rule. And Melinda says, I've started a book club, and our thing is that we read books by marginalized authors. We've been going for about 3 years now. That's so cool, Melinda. I wrote down all of your recommendations. I probably already told you this, but just in case I didn't, I wrote down all of your recommendations during Indigenous Heritage Month last year, and I still have a lot of those that I'm super interested in getting to because I do want to read, even if I don't only read Indigenous books during Indigenous Heritage Month like I did last year, I still want to read at least one or two. The Watchmen is one that I'm really interested in, and I think the another one that comes to mind is, what was it called? Whistling in the Nighttime. It was a really interesting title. I don't know why I can't remember the full name, but it had something I thought to do with like whistling at night. And Zach says, my hardest reading challenge was in January. It was 7,000 pages in a month. I'm never doing that again. 23 books. That is insane, Zach. Oh my God. 7,057 pages. No, that's not, no. Robert says, Heidi, want to read. Nice. And Melinda says, I read As I Lay Dying for half an hour, and that's all I can take of that today. Well, good job. You did it for half an hour. And Zach says, if I made a book club, I'd have to call it the Buckle Up Book Club because I could go anywhere from romantasy to ancient classics to extreme horror to smut to science nonfiction. I like that. That's fun. It's really adorable. Emily says, a little of everything. I'm part of a library book club and loving it because some I don't like, some I enjoyed, some I love, and never would have picked up in a million years. That's great. I'm kind of curious. You making that comment, Emily, reminded me of the book of the month. And of course, everybody on here, we've all seen ads for it. I actually have been getting books from Book of the Month for a long time. And my experience with them is more miss than hit, I hate to say. I don't know if any of you have read Book of the Month books, but you know, they say that they curate this list because they only offer, most of the time they're only offering 5 books. Some months they'll go out and they'll offer like 7, and then you can get any tag on books, you know, and all of them are special Book of the Month editions and have like the little label on them and everything, and they are for a great price. I will give them that, and I think it's cool that you can, you know, choose whichever book you want per month. But you know, I have a tendency now, after I've gotten a lot of books from them. I'm technically a best friend for Book of the Month because I've ordered so many books from them, which means I got a tote and I get like one free book for my birthday, which is something I didn't actually take this year because it was like a free add-on book, and I couldn't pay for a book, right? So I didn't end up doing it. But I have just felt that their choices, they always do a little blurb where one of the editors or somebody who picks their books, you know, talks about how amazing it is and why they chose that book. And a lot of them are just really not that great. And I'm wondering where they're getting them, and if it's just that I'm picky or if it has something to do with like they're partnering with book publishers, and the book publishers are like, hey, we want you to promote this book, because some of them obviously are amazing, like Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow was in there, and I think Circe was one of them one year, which obviously those were huge books. But then there's some other ones I've read and I'm like, this is kind of awful. I wanted to actually have the app on my phone. I wanted to see if I could go in here and look at my books that I've read. It's probably not going to be able to show them to me because now I want to find them, so it's not going to be fast at all, and I don't want to bore everybody to death right now. But hopefully you guys know what I'm talking about, and hopefully you've also had better luck with them than me. I haven't given up on it. I just have stopped buying books from them for a while until I can get through more of my backlog of the ones I already have and decide, hopefully, that I like some more of them, and that if I do, I'll continue to try it. But if I keep going through them and I'm getting way more that I'm just kind of like, it was okay, or I didn't really like that one, more so than books that I'm like, hey, I love that, I'm probably going to stop my book of the month subscription entirely. And Teresa says, I think if I did nonfiction, I would be a little pickier. That's fair. And you said, Jessica, I like mild witchy only. Have you read Thorny Hold by Mary Stewart? That is about as witchy as I go. Jessica says, I haven't read either of those, Alex and Teresa. And Melinda says, Never Whistle at Night. That's what it was. Thank you. It's a horror short story anthology, and it is excellent. I just found out today that Never Whistle at Night 2 is coming out in summer of 2026. That's awesome. I love that. Yeah, I need to read that because that sounds like a lot of fun. That would be a really good choice. So thank you for that recommendation. And Stormy says, got pushy with supper, eating cleaned up and putting eggs in the Instapot for some hard-boiled eggs for a few days. Love hard-boiled eggs. I love soft-boiled eggs even more, but hard-boiled eggs are great. Listen to 1.5 stories from The Black Mask. Nice. Pushy, busy. Oh, okay. I didn't know what you meant when you said I got pushy with supper, but I just thought you meant like you had the hunger really hit you and you're like, I have to get it right now. Supper must be happening. And Melinda says, I've been part of Book of the Month since it relaunched in its current form several years ago. I probably also have more misses than hits, but I've become much more picky with them. That's fair. Because even though they do cost less for a hardback book, I mean, you're, spending $16 when the average cost of a hardback book now is what? Somewhere around $24, $25, if not more. I mean, that is an excellent price. And then the add-ons being, I think they are an extra $10, which is nothing. Because again, all of the books are hardback. Like those are great prices. But if you're not getting books that you're really that excited about, is it worth the cost savings when you could be buying something else or saving that money for something that you really will enjoy? That's kind of where I'm at right now. And William is here. Hi, William. William says, greetings, 6 a.m. here, and my country has a new capital today. That's interesting. That's cool. That's not something you hear about very often. What is the new capital of your country, William? And Storm says, if I started a book club, it would be reading vintage books from romance to mystery. That's cool. I like that. Jessica says, where are you, William? You're 4 hours behind me unless you're starting Friday. And Jamie says, maybe my club would be Dead White Guys because the long books would be mostly classics like Trollope and Dickens, but more recently shorter books by diverse authors on similar themes. Cool. That's very funny. Dead White Guys. Teresa says, in Robert's honor, I vote for a 37-minute sprint. Oh, Zach says the 7,000 pages in a month challenge was a test run for something I wanted to try called the Goku challenge, which was over 9,000 pages in a month. DBZ joke. Oh God, that's miserable. I respect you for doing it, but that's a lot. William says, Jessica, it's Saturday here. Okay. And she said, oh, cool. Are you in Aussie? And Heidi says, just get book recommendations from us and your booktuber friends, they will always be good. Most of the time they are. Yeah, like I said, I hate it when I end up not liking a book that somebody recommends me, but I always get excited about new recommendations. And that's also one of the things I'm looking forward to with talking about my book haul is, of course, well, Heidi, you know at least one of them that you were super excited about that I got at Powell's because of that photo. But there were some others that I probably wouldn't have picked up, and they were recommendations. And it's like, oh, good. I'm glad I got some more of the ones that my subscribers had recommended to me. Not all of them, but a fair number. So I think that's going to be awesome. And Jessica says, is the only country I could think that's so close to our time zone. That's fair. Well, we will hopefully hear from William what the answer to that is. You know what? This is going to be the only time I do this. So, Robert, if you're listening, don't sass me in the future. I will do a 37-minute sprint. All right. I'm going to do one right in the middle for everybody. This is the only time I'm going to do that because I only ever do 45 and 30. Robert, I will do 37 just for you. Okay. And Storm says, I get nervous when I recommend a book because I'm afraid they won't like it. I respect that, Storm. I have this very funny thing. It was a conversation I was actually having with Keaton, and I don't know where this comes from. Because I always care so much about other people's like feelings, and I never want to like hurt somebody intentionally, and that's why it sucks when I don't like something that someone else recommended. I have absolutely no hard feelings ever if somebody does not like something that I like. Like I genuinely don't mind in the least. And I don't know where that comes from. It's just that feeling of like, well, I know I like it, so that's like it's fine with me. But whenever I don't like something that somebody else is like, this is great, I'm like, oh crap, here we go. And then Teresa's laughing. Yeah, Teresa convinced me. You're welcome, Robert. So I got to get you all your next question here. Okay. Would you rather wear socks with sandals in public or a giant hat? Oh, excuse me, always. Would you rather always wear socks with sandals in public or a giant hat? You can have multiple giant hats. You can have a variety of socks and sandals, but they have to meet those criteria, just to let you know. All right. I will go ahead and get our random 37-minute sprint put up for you all. Think of an answer to your question. I'm going to dive back into cold storage, and if I make it to the end of a chapter, I'll probably go back into Neverwhere. So we'll see how that goes. I will see you all in a little bit, and enjoy your reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I finished the first chapter of Cold Storage and made it to page 121 in Neverwhere. So moving right along. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather always wear socks with sandals in public or a giant hat? Let's see what we got here. If I can get my mouse over to the right screen. Let's see. William said Jakarta is no longer the capital of Indonesia. I'm not 100% sure, but the new capital is called Nusantara. Nusantara. It's Independence Day today, parades later. Cool. Well, that's amazing. I didn't realize, William, that you were from Indonesia, so that's amazing. And Heidi said, yeah, like the Sea of Tranquility, Ufa, but everyone loves it but me. You know what, Heidi? That's okay. I mean, I really like The Sea of Tranquility. You didn't. I really like Neil Gaiman. You didn't. That's okay. I jokingly will say, though, that if I don't like The Black Tongue Thief, you may end up never coming to my channel again. Hopefully, I will. I'm very confident that I will probably enjoy it. But yeah, that's the thing. It's hit or miss. Not all of them can be hits. It just is what it is. Storm says, giant hat. I don't wear sandals. And Emily said, I too get nervous when I recommend a book, so I've started just telling people how much I like a book or mention when a book is on topic and find that people are just as likely to read them. There you go. That works too. Jessica says, socks and sandals in New Zealand isn't that uncommon, so I'll go with that. Zach says, giant hat, because giant hats are fun. And William says, funny, I wear socks and sandals when I'm not attending formal events or hiking. I wear them to work and to the mall. Okay, well, that's perfect then. Heidi says, a giant hat, as I already winter hat now everywhere to stop my hair from frizzing. Sometimes I forget to take it off in the market. It has pom-poms on the top too. That's really cute. My answer for this has to be I would choose to always wear socks with sandals, as much as I would hate that, just because I don't look good in hats and I don't wear hats. I think hats are great on other people, but not on me. And I feel like a giant hat would, even if it was a neat one, would draw way too much attention to myself and would be awkward in certain situations. So, with socks and sandals, especially if I went out to like eat or something and I don't want people to see my feet, I'm going to be sitting down. So it's not that big of a deal. Only thing is if I was ever presenting in front of somebody, but that doesn't happen very often. So I would just deal with it as that came. Robert says, Heidi, Sea of Tranquility, 4 stars for me. I have Station 11 on my worthy toad frog card. And never whistle at night, never wear. I'm up to chapter 14. Well, you are way ahead of me, Robert. That's awesome. I do hope that you are enjoying it so far, that you at least like it. I think it's been fun. I'm really excited to see what people have to say about it. And since we're hosting this one on my channel for the first one, then the second one will be on cats. I'm going to do my best to have some really good like leading questions. And I know one of the big things I'm going to be asking about is how everybody feels about the different characters. The ones that are reoccurring. I mean, there's a lot of like one-off characters that we meet that are interesting, but the reoccurring ones that are traveling throughout the story are quite fun. William says, but if I had to choose, I say giant hat only because I need my hiking boots. That's very fair. That's very fair. You don't want to hike in socks and sandals. Jessica says, actually, I should correct my statement and say socks and jandals are not uncommon. I do not know what jandals are, but that sounds awesome. And Heidi says, Robert, hashtag when toads rule worthy toad frog cart. Not sure we have the same taste, but I think you are a Lord of the Rings nerd at least. Fingers crossed. Teresa said, I would rather wear socks with sandals only when wearing a giant hat. That's great. Barbara says, Heidi, I have an Eye of Sauron ring. There you go. That's cool. And Melinda says, read a great story called The Moose by Louise Erdrich, excuse me. Erdrich. Sounds like a name I need to say with an accent that I don't have. And you said, I'm already tall and I think a big hat would be too much, so I'm going to have to go for the socks and sandals. Nice. Robert says, I wouldn't wear socks and sandals in private, so big hat it is. And Jamie says, I got to page 170 in my arc. I guess I'll take the hats. I wear hats all the time anyway. Perfect. That makes it easy then. I don't wear hats. I do sometimes wear sandals, but never with socks. I don't know. I'd make do. And Faye says, hello. Hi, Faye. Late to the party, but I'll be starting Bellman and Black by Diane Setterfield. Very nice. And I'm very happy that you were able to make it. You said, for the first question, if I had a book club, it would be for Canadian fiction because nobody seems to know we have more authors than just Margaret Atwood. Oh, I would have to say that that's a fair statement. I think a lot of people don't recognize how much art and different things come from Canada, or would if America didn't dominate so many industries. And Emily says, I don't do hats, so socks and sandals, and then just never wear sandals, barefoot tennis shoes, and flats only. Okay, there you go. And Faye says, for the second question, I hate sandals and I do always wear a hat because I also hate the sun, so giant hat. Yeah. I like that. I kind of thinking now of more like sun hats than like these giant decorative, like, I was thinking more derby hats, when women go to the horse tracks and the Kentucky Derby, and they always have like those huge, like floral, massive hats that probably cost hundreds of dollars. That's what I was thinking of. Melinda says, hey, Canada has a Louise Penny or Louis Penny. Is it Louise or Louis? I think it's Louise. And William says, is anyone really suggesting socks and sandals make you look like a clown? Yeah, that's a thing, at least in the United States. It's a huge joke that you're a nerd if you wear socks with sandals. I don't really think it's that big of a deal, but it's a pop culture thing. Hi, Bubby. Barker has graced us with his presence. Are you going to jump up here and say hello? He had to go to the vet today, and he was very unhappy with me, but he is now fully vaccinated and has all his medicine as he leaves. He was deeply unhappy. And Faye says, Melinda, yes, we do. That's awesome. So go ahead and let me know how long you would like the next sprint to be. Robert, you got your 37 minutes, and Teresa, you got your 37 minutes too. You're welcome. So we're going to either do 30 or 45 minutes. Let me know how long you would like the next one to be. Looks like Melinda came in quickly and said 45. I got to change it here really quick. There we go. Perfect. And Robert says, I thought you were thinking more of a conical hat for the question, like a dunce cap. I mean, if you want to wear a dunce cap for this, I mean, you are welcome to, but no, I wouldn't force people to do that. I'm not doing 87. You're a goober. William said 45 as well. Zach says, Zirin J. Zhao is my favorite Canadian author. Cool. Teresa says, I am married to a nerd. He wears socks with sandals all the time. I mean, I know people who do it unironically. I mean, and William wears them like that too. So, you know what? Maybe we need to destigmatize socks with sandals and just say it's okay. And Teresa says, thank you for 37. You're welcome. I just think it's funny. Okay, so I got to give you all your next question. Let's see here. Oh, I made a typo in this one, actually. Hold on. Sorry. There we go. What is one of your favorite movie characters of all time and why? I may have asked a version of this question in the past, but we have new people on, so that's totally okay. And Robert says, yes, thank you for 37. Finally. And Faye says, Zach, nice. So I will go ahead and get our 45 minutes up on the clock. Wish you all happy reading, and do tell me, what is one of your favorite movie characters of all time and why? I'll see you all in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to chapter 6 in Neverwhere. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what is one of your favorite movie characters of all time and why? Let's see. Alicia had come in and says, hello, Alex, just joining, cleaning up my desk and setting up my cash envelope system and reading Verity tonight. Today we're starting the clues for next week's, or we started the clues for next week's event. Amazing. And I'm happy to see you, Alicia. Welcome back. And Heidi says, oh, I missed the chat. My favorite movie character is Aragorn from The Two Towers and Taylor from The Planet of the Apes. Aragorn. It's Aragorn, right? Because you said Aragon. Have I been saying it wrong this whole time? That was Aragorn. Is the ideal hero in every way. Charlton Heston is really great. Yes. Charlton Heston is really cool. And Teresa says, there is a movie called The Man in the Moon, and it is a favorite of mine. Emily Warfield played Reese Witherspoon's sister in that and can't think of the character's name. I've never seen The Man in the Moon, but that sounds awesome. You said that movie was just so true to life and really affected me back then and still does. 1990s movie. Cool. They says, Bucky Barnes from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That boy's been through a lot, and I'm always drawn to characters who have suffered intense psychological trauma and have overcome it. Yeah, funny enough, because I never watched any of the Captain America movies, and I don't read any Marvel comics. I know of Bucky, but I haven't had any experiences with that character. But I think it's really cool that you like him. And William says, by the way, the reason for socks and sandals is simple. Sandals protect the feet and the socks prevent blisters from the straps. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Absolutely. Like I said, we should destigmatize that. More socks and sandals. Zach says, Mothra, the main themes I like are beauty, power, sacrifice, rebirth, and balance in nature. She was from a book, Mothra and the Luminous Fairies, but I don't think it was ever translated into English. Very cool. I've heard of Mothra. Zach says, bonus fun fact, the original Godzilla came out in 1954, so he'll be 70 years old in November. Wow. So cool. What a legacy. Robert says, movie character, one pick is difficult. Steve McQueen as Doc McCoy in The Getaway. He also played Frank Bullitt. Guess the movie title. I can't. Corbin Dallas and Corbin Dallas in The Fifth Element. If I had to pick one, it's funny because I thought of The Fifth Element because I do really like Bruce Willis in that. There's like a couple Bruce Willis movies that I'm a big fan of, including Armageddon. If anybody shits on that movie, I genuinely love it. So I'm just going to tell you that right now. But yeah, big Fifth Element fan. Corbin Dallas is pretty great. If I had to pick a character, I mean, Hellboy and like Abe Sapien have always been my favorites, but they were originally comic book characters, so I'm not going to count them. If I'm going with like an original movie character, I am actually going to go with Sigourney Weaver's character, Ripley from the Alien movies. Because I absolutely love her, and I never get tired of the Alien movies, and I think that she's a badass. One of the parts of the first movie that I enjoy is the fact that it doesn't start out with her as the hero. She's just the last one left, and then becomes the hero of the series, and that's really cool. Robert says, Heidi, Charlton Heston. I'm changing my answer to Judah Ben-Hur. Okay. And Jessica says, Lestat from the Vampire Chronicles. Okay. I loved all movie adaptations that showed the different sides. Tom Cruise and Sam Reed were amazing at portraying the narcissistic psycho. And Stuart Townsend captured the broody shit that was in The Queen of the Damned really well. Actually, Queen of the Damned was my favorite movie as a teenager. I do remember you telling me that Queen of the Damned was your favorite movie. I have seen... you said it was the Vampire Chronicles. The name of the movie, though, with Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise. Oh my God. Interview with the Vampire. I got there. I was like, I know what it is. Interview with the Vampire. It's so funny when I was watching that film, the entire time I was watching it, I hated it so much until the very end. And you know what I'm thinking of, Jessica, and that was when the movie turned for me and I was like, "Okay, this is actually a pretty good movie." So yeah, Lestat is an interesting character and very terrifying. I also think Tom Cruise was a perfect choice for that character. And Melinda says, any character played by Jeff Goldblum. Okay. That's fair. And Alicia says, there are too many to choose from. I loved Captain America. First Marvel movies I watch. I love Mad Hatter by Johnny Depp. Anything he played in is usually pretty good. Yeah, I do like a lot of his characters. Pirates of the Caribbean, Jack Sparrow is a great character too. Though I'd probably have to go with Will. Um, oh my God, that's actually really hard because the Pirates of the Caribbean movies have so many amazing people. Like Barbossa is super interesting. Of course, Davy Jones, who is played by one of my favorite actors, and I also love him in Phil Knight. I love him in the Underworld movies as one of the vampire lords. He's a Victor. He's amazing. So yeah, that's hard. That's really hard. Alicia says Laura Croft in the Tomb Raider movies. Okay. And oh yeah, interview with the vampire. It's like I did get there. And Jessica says, Louie, Louie, still whining Louie. I've had to listen to that for centuries. Yeah, it's fantastic. Emily says, not sure I can pick a favorite character, so we'll choose my favorite character from my favorite movie, Donkey from Shrek. Oh, Donkey's amazing. He is me plus comedy, so I relate and love all at the same time. That's beautiful. Also makes me laugh. That's so fun. I've never heard anybody say, I'm like Donkey. But I do love Donkey. It's great. So let's see here. We are at the 3 hour mark now. So I would say this is the point when I'm going to do the 1 45-minute sprint and the 1 30-minute sprint. So this will be our second to last one for the evening. So let me know which one you would like to do first, 30 or 45 minutes. I can make it either. In the morning, I'm making waffles. I still love that so much. Robert says, no comment. No, what about my donkey impression? Yeah, please don't, because it's terrible. Alicia said 45. Okay. Sounds good. That's easy because it's already what I got pulled up then. So I will get you all your next question. Let's see. Do you have a favorite aesthetic for your bookshelves? Rainbow, organized by title, organized by author, absolute chaos, something else? Do let me know. I feel like I've probably done, again, a version of this at some point, but still with new people. Happy to hear some new answers. Jessica says, ogres are like onions. Yeah. What, they stink? Those movies are gold, and I'm glad that, especially now, many people are like recognizing them with so much fondness because Shrek was just one of those movies. I don't think they realized it was going to be such a huge hit, and it just absolutely blew up. And I have so many fond memories of that series. Jessica says, yes, no, they're layered. Ogres have layers. It's awesome. All right. So be sure to tell me, what is your aesthetic for your bookshelves? Do you have them organized a certain way? I put 45 minutes up on the clock. So this is our second to last sprint of the evening. And I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. I think I'm going to shut off one of my lights really quick. Or is it my... No. Must be my computer light. Looks to me like it's pretty bright, so I'm actually going to dim my screen. How did you do during that last reading sprint? I dove back into cold storage, and I'm already a little frustrated with the beginning because we've been introduced to the fungus in question, and it's like, okay, cool. I like this concept, right? Of a fungus that was being worked on, and it got sent to outer space, and then the device or the spaceship that it was on crashed to the earth, and all that's left is a bunch of debris, and somebody found one of the canisters that it was in, and it has been like at this guy's house for 6 years, and now it's kind of like released. Okay, and it's in this really tiny community. And they come in with their hazmat suits and they start walking around and they find the source of the fungus, and it gets stuck to the bottom sole of one of the researchers' boots. And this is the part that gets really freaking ridiculous. So it gets stuck there, right? And it has some sort of like symbiotic relationship with an organism that they're working together, and they live in harmony. And so whenever it spreads to a new surface, if it can detect a food source, in this case a human, through the sole of her boot, it will just rapidly mutate to be able to produce whatever, enzyme, acid, whatever it needs to eat through the material to get to that person. And it mutates like 4 times in 90 seconds. No problem. It's like, that's really ridiculous just at the very beginning of the book, because where are we going to go from here? Anyway, this was a total toss-up of a book. I literally got it because Blake Crouch said that he liked it. So I'm going to give it its fair shot, but I'm kind of irritated already at the beginning, which is not fun. All right, before we left, I asked you all the question, do you have a favorite aesthetic for your bookshelves? Rainbow, organized by title, organized by author, just absolute chaos. It could be organized chaos as well, because sometimes I live my life that way with organized chaos. Jessica says, my bookshelves are organized by genre and then author by surname within the genres. It looks a bit higgledy-piggledy, but it works for my brain. Okay, I like that. Zach says, it's chaos to anyone but me. Some are organized by theme, others are by character type, genre, author, age, and different systems for read and unread. Okay, yours is a little similar to mine, Zach, in that if anybody looked at it at mine, they would also think that it's chaos. But for me, it makes total sense. So it depends on where you are in my house and then in what section of that part of the house you're looking at. So for example, in my dining room, I have an entire shelf that's just dedicated to books that I've already read, right? And of those, the shelves are organized by star rating. So the highest stars, the 5 stars, are the ones that get the topmost shelves, and then they work their way down to like the 4.5s. And most of the time I don't always keep 4s, but some 4 stars are on there too. And I have another shelf that also has some red books mixed in with some like special editions that I own. So like the special editions get their own section. There's a part of my shelves in here that you all can see, these, my Folio Society editions, and then like some that I have spray painted edges, they get their own section. And then the ones that are unread in that room are organized by genre. And then you come in here and I have the books up on this part of my wall, my, floating bookshelves all the way up there. Those are organized by color. So not by genre at all, but by color. I have my little cart right here. That's for my 24 books of 2024. And then, the shelves back here, which some are organized by color and some are organized by genre. So for example, this section, this stack over here, are all classics and have nothing to do with color at all. And these ones over here are all Stephen King. So yeah, it's kind of all over the place, but I know every book that I look at, where it's supposed to go, which makes me feel good inside, even if nobody else would get it. Angel says, I have one bookshelf and it's chaos, and I have 3 waist-high stacks in different parts of the house. Give me chaos. I like that. And Teresa says, I need more bookshelves. Books are stacked everywhere, so I guess absolute chaos. Okay. I like this, embracing the chaos. Faye says, I like to see bookshelves organized by book size, but I hate it in practice. I like to have authors alphabetized. Okay, that's fair. That is something that I've done on the shelves that are organized by color, and also the ones that are, I can't figure out which way I'm pointing. There we go, because I'm looking at my video feedback. But anyway, these are organized by size, and then like the colored ones, which way is it? There we go. These ones I will also organize by like biggest, tallest, thickest book over to shortest, thinnest book. So that's another one. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, that's true. And Robert says, manga bookshelf has a series on each shelf, books, complete disorder and confusion. And Jamie says, chaos, total chaos. The books go where the books fit. Every month I go through and pull stacks off books for the next readathon, so the collection plays musical chairs with the newly opened spaces. That's great. Teresa says, I need to run to the store. I don't know if I'll be back in time, so thank you and have a great weekend, everyone. You too, Teresa. Probably long gone, but hopefully she's having a great time. She says, oh, for those who don't know, Nicole found her house. Oh, cool. That's awesome. That's really exciting to know that where you're going to take up new roots. That's wonderful. Jamie says, oh, and one of my all-time favorite characters is the Goblin King, Jareth. I'm glad the new one has Hiddleston for Jareth, because I might actually not mind so much that they're remaking Labyrinth. I didn't even realize that they were remaking Labyrinth, but David Bowie is like so perfect as the Goblin King. So, yeah, and I do really enjoy Tom Hiddleston, and I feel like he will hopefully do that character justice. So, fingers crossed on that. But yeah, I had no idea. Melinda says, my aesthetic for my keeper shelf sections are nonfiction, poetry, short story collections, and fiction, organized alphabetically by author. Within those groups, TBR shelf is just alpha by author. Okay, so you have a set system. That's nice. Faye says, yeah, you have to suspend your disbelief a lot in cold storage, but it's a fun ride if you can. Okay. I will take your advice on that, Faye. I will not be angry, hopefully, or overly critical, and I'll go to it with that mindset. Thank you. Heidi says, DNF Alex this cold storage. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I'm like I said, I'm gonna give it its fair shake. I'm trying to get better about DNFing books that I don't enjoy, so I'll make you a promise. If I get to the halfway point and I find it just absolutely abysmal, I will DNF it. But if it has any redeeming qualities at all, I will have to keep reading it. That's kind of just what I do. And I always try to find redeeming qualities in books. The ones that I can't find anything, that's really bad. Emily says, finish Poet X, and for young me, I give 5 stars a million times over. As far as bookshelves, I own about 10 and organize both the vertical and horizontal by size. Same when I borrow from the library. Very cool. Also, I'm really glad that you enjoyed your book. Jamie says, I do kind of have my read books on their own shelves at least, but I only own a few dozen read books, and some of those are due to rereads and have rejoined the chaos. That's great. He said, my library books do have their own small bookshelf now. That's beautiful. That's super cool. That kind of makes me want to get like a little floating bookshelf to put somewhere in here where I can put my library books, because the table that I currently use for them, I will eventually be getting a bed that is at my mom's. She has like furniture that she's been holding for me, and keeps getting delayed for me getting to pick it up and actually bring it to my home. But eventually there's going to be a bed in here, like a day bed for my office, which will be nice. And so the table that I have will no longer have a home, and I need to find some other place to put stuff. So I've been looking around and looking at shelf sizes and trying to figure out like where I can put some new shelves. And I've definitely have found some place that I could put some. It's just a matter of getting them. Melinda said, I will watch Tom Hiddleston in anything. Yeah. Did you watch Crimson Peak by Guillermo del Toro? I liked him in that too. But of course, I love Guillermo del Toro. And Jessica says, wait, hold everything. Labyrinth is getting a remake? Yeah, no idea. I thought Beetlejuice 2 was surprising. Emily says, own 10 books, not 10 shelves. Oh, okay. Did I read that wrong, Emily? Was I reading everything wrong? I probably was. Sorry. Oh, I own about 10 and organize both vertically and horizontally by size. Oh, okay, I got you. Okay. You were just correcting the way that you wrote it. I feel you. No problem. Okay. So now that we have gotten to the end of the evening, you know what this means. You know what my last question will be. What is one thing that you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It can be anything, big or small. It can be something you did 5 minutes ago. I don't care. Just something that you were proud of. And while you think about that, I need to change our timer. We're going to do one last 30-minute sprint. So we'll be ending somewhere around 4.5 hours tonight, which is pretty good. I'm sorry, Keaton's playing a game in the background and he wears headphones when he plays, and so he talks very loudly. I will get that pulled up here. I'm going to wish everybody a happy last sprint, and I look forward to seeing what everybody has to say. I'll check these comments really quick. 487. Don't know if that's the number of books you own, Robert, or the number of minutes or hours of Alex time that you want, but I'm going to assume it's minutes. Zach says the novelization of Crimson Peak is really good too. I had no idea it was a book. It's kind of like, I guess, what they did with Pan's Labyrinth. I don't know if it's illustrated or not, because I love my illustrated copy of Pan's Labyrinth. It's like one of my favorite books aesthetically that I own. Robert said both. That's great. All right, everybody. Happy reading. I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back from our last sprint of the evening. Let me know how you did. I officially made it to chapter 5 in cold storage. Yeah, really have to to suspend some disbelief with this one, but I am officially on page, what is it? 49. So there you go. It's really not that long of a book. It's 308 pages. So before we left, of course, I had to ask you all the question, what is something that you've accomplished over the last week that you are proud of? I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say. So first up, looks like it's Angel. And Angel says, I completed my continuing education credits needed to renew my nursing license, and I didn't wait till the last minute to get it done. That's awesome. Congratulations, Angel. That is a lot of work. He said, and I convinced my mom to at least audiobook Neverwhere. Yeah, I thought you had mentioned that you both were going to be like reading it or listening to it. Was she trying to read it and then didn't like it? And then you convinced her to listen to the audiobook, or were you like, no, you got to listen to this just to get her to engage with it? I'm not entirely sure, but that's really cool. And hopefully that she will enjoy that. Zach says, Lessons in Chemistry became my new favorite book of the year. It was my 108th book of the year. I remember when you were talking about that last week, and it still shocked me. I was not expecting you to like it that much, but of course, I haven't read it yet. I do have my copy, but I need to get to it. It makes me excited, though, that you really loved it, because then that hopefully means that it was worth the hype, because that was like one of the top selling books, wasn't it, last year? Yeah, it couldn't have been the year before. Time is weird. I can't keep track of when books come out anymore, but I'm pretty sure it was last year. It was the big thing. And Alicia says the accomplishment of the week is getting the kiddos through their first week back to school, which is always an adventure, and getting parts of the house cleaned up. Great job. Just all of the increased productivity this week. That's amazing. I'm happy for you. Very well done. Zach says, another side note on Guillermo del Toro books. I like most of them, but the novelization of The Shape of Water is really, really bad. Okay, good to know. I do own the novelization of Hellboy. At least I think it's the first Hellboy. It could technically be Hellboy 2, The Golden Army, now that I think of it. But I need to read that because I'm very curious how Abe is described in there, because he's my favorite character. And I guess we will see. But I did not have any plans on reading ever the novelization of The Shape of Water. But curious now about the Crimson Peak one, especially if there's an illustrated edition. And Melinda says, something I'm proud of, stepped out of my comfort zone and volunteered to lead an event for our Girl Scout service unit. That's great. I'm very proud of you. It can be hard for us to try things that we normally wouldn't do and to see how we will handle them. And I'm sure that you either have done or will do absolutely fantastic when your event comes up. So great job. Speaking of events, my two things, I guess, that I'm most proud of this week. One, I made it through another social hour that I hosted for work, and I was able to successfully get us our first like hard liquor at the office, because it previously was verboten. We couldn't have it. We could just have like beers and ciders and wine, but we were allowed to have margaritas, and I catered in Mexican food, and everybody who came had a really fun time, which made me feel awesome. And then the other one is that I just finally finished Death's End, and that made me really happy to know how that book ended and to have actually finished a trilogy, which is awesome. I'm very happy. There's like sitting over there, my proud little books. So I'm glad for that. But with that, I just want to say again, another week down. We're just like chugging along this year right now. It's just so hard to believe that we're already in the middle of August. And I appreciate you all so much for coming and hanging out with me tonight. And I hope that you have a fantastic weekend. Other than doing stuff for the channel, I don't currently have any plans. Keaton and I might end up going to a movie or maybe going out to eat, which would be a lot of fun. Well, hopefully you will have something that you do that you find either enjoyable or fun or relaxing, which would be great. So I'm going to wish you all a very happy evening. And Robert said, or morning in the case of some of you, like Jessica. Robert says, thank you for hosting the sprints, Alex. Thank you for coming, Robert. Emily says, thanks for the sprints and hope everyone has a lovely time this weekend. I hope you do as well. Melinda says, thank you, Alex. See you again next week. Yay! I'm glad. See you then. Jamie says, it's been fun. Have a great week, Alex. See you next time. Awesome. Happy to see you again next week, Jamie. And Alicia says, thank you for sprints. We have swim lessons and more scavenger hunt clues. Well, enjoy. I hope it's a blast. I love swim lessons when I was a kid. So good night, everybody. Wishing you all the best. Bye.